we go. How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly. I'm Will, and today we're getting it painted, or at least we're going to finish painting, hopefully, Giant Man here. And then we do have 3 more that were primed up from the previous stream where I did Captain America and finished off Doctor Strange. He shouldn't be much left. I've got a little bit of black for his belts and stuff. Got to figure out what color I want the car door. And then his base has just got some junk on it. Not much left there. 2 Doc Ocks. I've mentioned this a couple streams. I probably should start planning to paint the same characters in my Marvel games at the same time. So like Marvel United and Marvel Zombies. That way I can knock out 2 for 1 because I usually use the same paint. And then the last one we have here is Hulk. So again, green, purples. Shouldn't be too much, which would be good. A shorter stream is good because, you know, sometimes you're tired. Sometimes you're tired. So we're going to go ahead and I got to find the camera. One of these cameras. There we go. Looks like my extra life didn't go. Let's bring him into focus so there's something on the screen. So let's do our extra life again. So for those not aware, we do Extra Life Charities, which is a group for gamers that supports Children's Miracle Network. It's not part of Children's Miracle Network. It used to kind of be separate and then acquired and I don't know, all kinds of different stuff, but it is for Children's Miracle Network. So every dollar that goes in, come on, pin the message. There we go. Every dollar that goes in helps a sick or injured child in need. So of course, every donation we've gotten this year, we appreciate. We have some giveaways. We're doing coming for charity. So check out the link and make a donation, right? All right, so we're going to get started with Big Boy here. So, I don't remember what red I used. I think it was just plain red and plain blue, just so I wouldn't mess up, because I know I'm going to be touching up some blue here and here. Definitely be touching up some red. Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's get the black done. That way I can say that's done. And I did double check. I had to double check whether these were actually black. Because in the art, they do look black. And then I watched somebody else's painting video, and he did all of the blue as black, so that kind of confused me. This looks black, but then you can see on the edge it's blue. So that's what we're going with, is what I'm working with. So let's get us some black in here. Yeah, but I watched that, and then I watched him do his Galactus, and I think he said his entire Galactus took him close to 14 hours. So I'm like, yeah, that is definitely going to be probably an extra life day. I'll do that. So maybe this year for game day, or during that week, I'll do that. And then maybe I can play the Galactus thing again. Unfortunately, it'll be the same problem I had last time. Galactus doesn't actually fit on the table. He doesn't fit on the table. At least not so I can use the camera with him. So we'll see. We will see. Somebody wants to see Galactus, you know, just let me know in the comments. All right. So here was my problem last time, is he's very different in terms of size. So I never know what brush I want to use with him. And this brush, for whatever reason, split when I washed it. And I haven't figured out why. See, it's done this. It's gotten really weird. This brush may be toast. I don't know. We'll use that as a basing brush for these big things and call it a day. All right. I need a brush. So let's hear. I did get a new. I say this is new, but I've probably used it before. My last 2 started splaying at the tips a lot more than they should. Now, the reason for that is, of course, paint going up in the ferrule, and I try not to get paint in the ferrule. That doesn't always seem to be the case. So I'm not using black, pure black. I'm using my necromantic cloak. I guess I'll see if I like this. If I don't, I might need to go pure black. Where do I need to be? Where do I need to be sitting so I can stay in the center? Always my problem when I'm doing my painting streams. Yeah, see, this one's already kind of splaying too. So there is a set of Kolinsky sable brushes on Amazon that are only like 20 something bucks. I think it's like 30. And I've debated picking them up. And the only reason I know about them is Ninjon actually tested them, and he really didn't have anything bad to say about them as a brush. I mean, I think he said they weren't as good as some of the higher end ones, but I mean, I don't. You got to take that with a grain of salt because a lot of times they're being paid by some of those higher end companies to use their brushes, so you don't want to disparage them. But if a $30 brush holds its point better, and I think it's a pack. It's a big pack. I don't remember how many come in it. I just haven't picked them up yet. I see them and I'm like, oh, I'm going to paint this weekend. And I'm like, oh, let me go ahead and put them in my cart and buy them. And then by the time I decide if I want to buy them, it's too late in the week. And they wouldn't be here in time. And then we're back where we started. We're back with these brushes. I accidentally got this just a little bit too thin, so it's running down into the red. There's a Bella there. Get off my mini, Bella. Also, for anybody, I mean, I usually have, there's always music in the background of my videos. I did tone it down a bit, so I don't know if people can hear it or not anymore. I noticed it, and it's odd. Like I've listened to our videos back, and I listen to them on the computer and when I'm editing and stuff, and I don't notice the sound that much on my laptop, but on my work computer, I listened to a video the other day and I could actually hear the music a little bit more. And I've had comments. People say I don't like the music. I've debated, should I just have, music for these, like when I'm doing the painting streams, and I can have it louder because it's not that big of a deal. And then just, yeah, turn it off for the gameplay streams. Yeah, I figured this brush was going to be better. It's no better than the other two. I'm hitting these water droplets since this is a new wet palette, so a lot of this is getting thinned down more than I want it to. I'm definitely going to probably have to do 2 coats. All right. I guess I'll do the belt black too. I think that was the plan. Yeah, it's coming out way too thin, Will. So I saw in the Zombicide Discord, somebody was talking about Giant Man. There's like, he's really fun to play. So I might be playing Giant Man in the tutorial. See if we can break the tutorial with Giant Man. I do have Iceman, but I usually try to keep it thematic, same as like I do anything else, like my Marvel United. So unless there's a reason for Iceman to be teaming up with somebody. then I guess the same question comes, okay, if I do the, because I have them painted, right, I can put them in the deck to spawn. Would I spawn the hero version if I'm playing the zombies? Or vice versa if I'm playing the heroes, do I have the zombie version spawn? All right. Yeah, definitely gonna have to do 2 coats. So I think I'm good with this. I don't think I want to go pure black. I think the Necromantic Cloak is usually dark enough against other colors. The only time I do pure black is when I need black and another color, and then basically it's black as a base, and then the Necromancer Cloak as a highlight, more of a, or a secondary black. Not really highlight, because I don't highlight. His brush is toast. If I just do the car door black. Like, I'm thinking like, oh, I could do some bright color to make it like stand out. I'm thinking he stands out enough, right? And he's huge red and blue mini. So I'm thinking the door probably just to make it general. I think I should do it black. No, I don't care that this brush doesn't work right because I'm just smashing it in there at this point. It's kind of the same thing on the back. It's like, okay, do I make it black, and then do I make it like, oh, the inside is faux leather and it's like a tan color. Right now we're just gonna do the whole thing black. And we'll do some silver dry brush on the crumpled metal bits. So this is glass, and I wouldn't even know where to start how to paint glass. It's tinted windows. This was Tony Stark's car. Tony Stark's limo. Yeah. So I think that keeps him in focus. So what I'll do is I'll dry brush some silver, I think, on it just to show the broken metal. I think that'll do fine. So I really don't know how to handle, I mean, I guess for like when you're doing glass, I think what I've seen most people do is they do like a whitish blue and then you do like a white streaks in it to kind of make it look like glass, I guess. All right, so got the dumpster. We know the lids are going to be black. Question is, what color do I color the dumpster? Green? I guess I'm thinking like a dark green. This would really be based on your trash company, right? I think I missed that other one. I just put my hand right in that. Yeah, like it didn't mess up too much. And there is a tire down here. When you have a mini like this, you kind of, and now I get like your multi-part minis for like Warhammer and all that stuff. Kind of want to pull this guy off. Like I can barely see where anything is down there. And then even though I'm just slopping it in for the tire, at some point I need to clean up everything else that's there. One way or another. There's the other wheel. Where are the wheels? Anything else in the debris I need? I think we'll go with that for now. All right. So let's go with some dark. I'm going to be using green. See, I'm going to be using green for Doc Ock and all that, but I don't think I want that same green. I think I want this to be like a really dark black green. And I'm not going to use that for Hulk or Doc Ock. And I do have a vortex mixer. I just don't. I'm lately I've been stupid and I've not been like pre-mixing my pre-finding my colors and then pre-mixing them. Let's see how this works. So I don't, because if that wasn't dark enough, I guess I could have gone. I forgot I had this heavy green. We'll see. We will see. All right, let's go to a different brush. I need just a slightly bigger one. Let's go with this one that was giving me problems earlier. I've thinned it too much. Same thing here, I can do some dry brushing and put some metal on it. The bent spots, paint coming off. So I don't usually do a lot of details, but like when it's a mini this big, I kind of feel like I'm obligated to, since I have the space and detail to do it compared to the smaller guys. Yeah, this brush, I don't know what happened. It's shot now. The first coat with the big one just to get it on there, and then I'll have to get a smaller brush for fine-tuning it. So I did this, and now I'm thinking, I wonder if there's any dumpsters on the actual art of the tiles. Tomorrow will be the title blades. Yes, tomorrow will be title blades. I'm still debating what I want to do with those, David. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Still debating what I want to do with this. Yeah, this brush, I don't know what happened. It's shot now. It is completely split in two. It's done. It's crazy. Trying to feel, is there paint in there? I just washed it. Like I just did a wash with the brush soap. I guess this is another wash brush now. I could try to wash it one more time, but it's probably now a wash brush. So. Yeah, so I'm debating with the title blades. I can do a wash or some kind of wash-like, sun-drop-like technique, or I can actually paint them. If I actually paint them, then I won't be getting everything done tomorrow, right? I'll just be getting the heroes that I'm going to play and the mobs that are needed for the first battle, which is a couple crab guys and the tentacles, I think. Because I'm also, here's the reason why I was thinking if I do a technique. So the tentacles, for whatever reason, I mentioned it in the unboxing, they only gave you 4, right? And the problem is, in the normal game, you have 4 blue, and then at some point you run into 4 purple. So I don't know if you mix the blue and the purple in those scenarios, because I wouldn't understand why would you just randomly have purple tentacles in the game instead of just keeping them blue, right? Even if you want to say, oh, it's a thematically a different tentacle, fine, keep it blue. Don't just randomly change the color. So it makes it hard for me to say I want to make them painted a color, like actually do a detail paint, because now they're not going to match later. So I was like, okay, well, I can do a sun drop technique. Well, the problem with that is the same thing. I would do the sun drop technique to make them blue or purple. So my third thought is I do a dual tone sun drop technique, where I would prime it one color, do a zenithal highlight another color, and then do a dry brush of that color as well. So that would kind of offset only having one set of those tentacles. But I haven't primed anything. Fire hydrant will be red. Yes, fire hydrants are red. Normally they're red. No. I mean, I think I've seen yellow ones too. Made this black. Now I'm probably gonna have to do a couple coats to make that green stand back out again. Yeah, so I kind of, and then, so I don't know when I'm gonna have a chance to prime tomorrow, and that's kind of now driving me a different, you know, which way I might go. Because we have a birthday party in the morning. Or actually, it's not in the morning. It's in the afternoon. So I'd have to figure out when I can prime everything. Now, if I do like my original title blades, I didn't even prime those. I've got a video of me painting those, of a paint technique. And I'm like, I didn't even prime these. And I still slapped some speed paint on top of them, and it worked. There you go. You don't have Amazon Prime? I do have Amazon Prime. But I don't think Amazon Prime is going to prime my minis for me. I don't think that's in their contract, that they'll come to my house and prime my minis while I go out and go to kids' birthday parties. Yeah. So yeah, so he'll be on the board like that, taking up like 95% of the board. So I think that green looks good. All right. So we do need some touch up on him as well. And I need the red for the fire hydrant, so I guess we'll just go ahead and get the red next. Trash bin still has a prime visible streak behind his foot. Does it really? Or did I get it? Did I get it when I did that? I think I must have been doing that when you said that. Yeah. Or it's just the way the light's hitting it, which is always possible as well. Yeah, I think I just did flat red. I think it was just regular Vallejo flat red. Next to the black. Oh yeah, that's because it's open. It's open there, so I'm gonna put like a dark brown or something in there. I mean, I guess I could make it black trash bags. Oh, it looks white on. Yeah, it looks white on it. Yeah, right there. Yeah, I'll probably do like maybe a dark brown. That way, it's not too bright and too contrasting. But yeah, it's the trash bags. All right. Use my. I was gonna say I can use my now junk brush for the fire hydrant. Yeah, it is red, so I'll probably need like 4 more coats. All right, now we gotta touch up. Who is Giant Man? I don't. This one's Hank Pym Giant Man. I'd have to go out to the Kickstarter and see what description they gave. I think it's Hank Pym Giant Man. Would make the most sense. This is the Hank Pym Giant Man outfit, so I'm going to go with it being Hank Pym. So the way they describe, or the reason he became Giant Man is he had an inferiority complex, compared to, the God of Thunder, Playboy billionaire, living legend. And all he could do was get tiny. It's actually why Ultron and all that came to be too. He basically created them to try to make himself look better because he thought he could control them. It seems like AI has a mind of its own. Can't necessarily control it. It's crazy that you still have to do touch up on a larger mini. Like, you would think I wouldn't miss and hit spots I shouldn't hit. Nope. I don't know why she's barking. I'll let her out before I started. Audrey may be in the busy still. Get this spot and I'll let Bella out. All right, I will be right back. Choo 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 choo. All right. So Pym suited up himself. Yeah, basically, up in terms of getting bigger. he got upsized. So yeah, he basically learned how to make his Pym particle go the other direction. Of course, in the movies, right, he's an old man, so they use the modern day Ant-Man. In most media, it's the modern day one, and it's because there is controversy around Hank Pym and the way he treated Wander, the way he was portrayed. So there was a accidental publication. Basically, the writer and the artist each did their things separately. And then when the panels are put together, it made it seem like it was, I think, spousal abuse or something. But then they had to write into it that Hank Pym lost his mind. Got kicked off the Avengers, all that jazz. Got a divorce, but then Skrull invasion. So who did he actually divorce? That was another way they retconned a lot of stuff, was they basically just blamed it on the Skrull invasion. Speaking of Skrull invasion, really do hope CMON turns themselves around, because they did have a game called Invasion. The assumption it was going to be a Skrull invasion game, and the assumption was it would be, while they said it wasn't a Marvel Zombies game, was that it would be maybe compatible or have a crossover pack. And they still have the Marvel Zombies license, right? Because this is not it's a Zombicide game, basically a game based on the Zombicide system, but it's not Zombicide. It was made by a different team. I hope they right themselves, because I'd like to see what that game was. So I highly doubt anybody else would be able to pick that up. If it was designed as one thing, of course, the designer could, as long as he owns the rights to it, that he could design it into a different game. If it doesn't have Marvel, I wouldn't be interested, most likely. The other rumor was that it was based on the Project Elite license that they have with Marvel, right? And be an invasion. I imagine maybe it was multiple invasions. Maybe you had Skrull as one of the invasions, and then they had maybe Ultron drones, Venom symbiotes. I mean, they could go the gambit, right? They could do Brood. They wanted to get X-Men involved. I think there was a lot there, and if it is based on that particular game system, that system did have a crossover with regular Zombicide Invader. So I could see them doing that, where the minis from at least the core boxes, the hero minis from the core boxes, could be used in that game, and vice versa. Those minis would be able to be used in the Marvel Zombies as additional spawns. Now, the only problem is you'd really just get a bunch of duplicates, so... Now, if you could spawn all of the Skrull, that's really what I'd be interested in, right? Spawning Skrull as, instead of zombies, you spawn the Skrull or the Brood, or the Venom symbiotes, right? Well, we will see. Got an email from their support. Deceased, they're still quoting Q4. And the Chinese version was printed, and somebody did an unboxing, so... I don't need to get 2 in there, because I'm going to do a wash, and the wash will probably cover most of this anyways. After coffee every morning, I'm one of the Brood. As long as it's Colombian coffee, Audrey will continue to talk to you, David. Now, if you're serious that you drink coffee, David, you gotta, I gotta remember that for next time Audrey goes down to Colombia. I'll have to have her pick you up some real Juan Valdez coffee. They have a nice, we got it once, a little gift. It's like a little gift set. It's got like 4 different flavors in it. I say flavors, but I guess it's different roasts if we're talking about coffee. Again, I don't know why I'm trying to touch him up so much because I'm going to put a wash on him. The question is, what wash? So I tried the flesh wash on a couple of the other ones that are red, and they came out pigmented. So I'm wondering if I need to actually just do it like a darker wash, like the dark shade. Or one of the zombie shaders. All right, how's my blue? Do I need to do blue touch-ups? All right, I think that's good, at least for now. It's cheap, instant. It gets me by. I can quote Bruce Banner before coffee, though. You wouldn't like me without caffeine. That sounds like Audrey. That sounds like Audrey. There's a t-shirt. All right. Yeah, so we gotta do that little bit of trash. Gotta do the base. And then there's just a bunch of metal on the base. Yeah, so let's get the base done. So in the picture, this was the problem I ran into last time. This doesn't match the mold they made at all. Like, not even close. So this is supposed to be more concrete. So I think we'll go with a gray. So I usually do Castle Gray, Filthy Cape. Filthy Cape is what I was doing the other day, wasn't it? Ash Gray. Can you tell me the difference in these two? This one has more brown in it. I feel gray. So many grays. Yeah, it's actually odd to do most when she in Colombia. She mostly drank instant. You know, it's not bad. I guess it's you know. I wouldn't know. I'm not a coffee drinker, but now I got her for her birthday / anniversary / Christmas. Last year before, I got her a commercial grade Keurig. So my work had one and I saw it. So I was like, I wonder how much these things are. And basically they had a deal where if you subscribed to their subscription service, they took like $200 off, but you had to get X number of subscriptions. But it didn't matter how long it was before you completed those subscriptions or something, or it had to be done with like a year. So I calculated out that we could just get one every like X number of months. And I think we're still finishing off one of the subscription boxes to a small degree. But it basically took like a couple, I don't know if it was like $500, $800 Keurig, and I think it took it down to like $200. I'm like, okay. But yeah, basically it has the heater is built into it. You can run a water line to it. It's got, different settings you can do. So it's not like one of those cheapy Keurigs, right? Where you just put in the water, it heats up and comes out. All right. Hey, we can go to the cheap brush. Although now I'm afraid to use this brush. I think that's why this one got so bad, is because, again, I use this for washes. So I can tell this is hard right here. So yeah, something got caked up in here. And so it's causing that to come out. But yeah, when you're doing basing with this kind of brush, your stuff's just going to get into it. Nothing you can do about it. Washes are definitely going to get in there. I did try a coffee subscription. Got to try a few fancy coffees. Gave my grandma some of the Kona one she liked. She did dump the next bag in the mix with whatever was already in the bin. Yeah. Yeah, we did the Kona. The Kona we got, I got her was it was a coconut Kona. She liked that one. The only thing is she puts, I mean, she doesn't put a lot of cream. She puts just a touch of cream in her coffee. And so therefore, I asked her when we were buying more creamer, it's like, is everything tasting the same because you use the same creamer for everything? Because, like, to me, I feel like, you know, if you use the same creamer, that's going to impart that flavor on every single one. And therefore, is there really a difference by having a medium roast versus a dark roast versus a French blend versus a coconut? And she says she can taste the difference, so... guess it'd really be no different than when I was making beer, right? It's like, oh, if you've had one dark beer, you've had them all. But they have subtle differences. Well, dang it, I painted it back over this wheel again. Wasn't paying attention. This Kona is only 10% Kona by law. I thought you meant, okay, maybe I'm thinking of something different. I was thinking the Kona coffee from Hawaii. Because my parents actually got her some of that. Actually, the fresh, and we had to ground it. Nice to dive into flavor if you can afford it. I have to look. I don't know. I have to look and see if that's on the any of the ones that she can get from Keurig. There's a bunch of stuff down here on the ground as well. Companies can claim Kona as long as it's 10% or more. You have to hunt for 100%. Okay. I guess the company in Hawaii must have just used that brand, that name as a branding to try to maybe help themselves in some way. Oh, there's just too much. There's too much and too hard to get around him. So I'm going to hit this tire again. So it almost felt like I wanted to pop him off. Just so I could do the base. See, I think that's going to be metal too. I don't know what that is. I have to look up a picture. So that's like a exhaust there. That's a car exhaust. And there's a tire and whatever this thing is. This here I think is like his jet harness. Or his harness for when he has the ants, maybe? Because it's like the handlebars. Or maybe the green goblin glider. Well, that really would make sense on his because he doesn't really fight the green goblin. Alright. I think I'll do the trash this color too, instead of getting a brown out. The one I liked was from Ethiopia. Yeah. Wine-like aftertaste. Yeah, it would seem weird in a coffee. Where this brush does perfectly fine if I have just a little bit of paint on the tip. If I actually get a lot of paint on the brush, then it starts to do that weird splaying thing again. All right, I gotta touch up blue, right? I know I need a little bit because I need some for his boxers. All right, blue, 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 blue. Well, I was happy time I had chocolate coffee. Yeah, she likes mochas. Yeah. Suppose I could try a chocolate coffee liqueur combo and get all the addictions in one cup. There's actually, it's a martini. There's a pre-mixed chocolate martini. She really likes that one. What I do is I do one shot of that, one shot of either like a creme de coco or something like that, and then top it off with milk on ice. And she likes that. It's kind of like, it tastes like I guess like an iced coffee to her. wonder if she knows we're talking about her, David. I put way too much blue in my wet palette. I don't think I had that many mess ups or that many misses. I think that's my problem with like him is he's so much bigger that I feel like if I have any imperfections in him, then it's going to be more noticeable than say a smaller guy. It's like I want to like check every single detail. Again, I'm doing all this, and the wash will probably take care of most of it. Oh, there's a green spot. Probably hit that while I was painting everything else, so it's probably still a little wet. Most likely. Alright, time to do some metallics. He's in a fight. Splashes and scuffs happen. Yeah, well, that's what I said. I'm gonna do now. Now I'm gonna do the metallics. I'm gonna do some metallic dry brush a little bit on the door and the trash can, anyways. Yeah, we'll go with this. Might be running out of this. I thought this plate mail was new. Maybe it's old. This one's trying to cooperate with me now, so now I don't want to use that one. Let's use this one. I'm sure why I was painting the back of that. Not like you're gonna be, not like anybody's ever gonna be able to see that part. I'm thinking this is just more of the exhaust. I think the pipe just goes back here. What'll happen to his zombie flesh? I'll just do a wash over it again. That's what I've been doing. I've just been putting flesh wash over it. But if I do the zombie, the plague shader, I might just plague shade his flesh too. I don't know if I've tried that or not yet. Although the benefit of doing when I do the flesh wash, it has more of a reddish, so it kind of gives that blood look a little bit better. a dry brush, but it's more just highlighting the edges, I think, is what I'm doing now. Yeah, it's good. I think that looks good. Because once I put the wash on it, that'll actually all dull down. I might actually have to do it a second time to get a little bit of it back. So let me fix this one wheel. Oh, I guess I should have done some on the fire hydrant too, huh? All right, so I want to do this. See, I think the plague shader had some green in it, didn't it? Let's do the flesh wash first. You can make instant coffee by the cup. Ground coffee seems like it needs a whole pot, which is a pain. So, yeah, well, we ground it. We did that. We can't use it in the new one because there's not a pod, like a pod that you can put in the Keurig. Well, we had some actual coffee beans and ground it up. The one, like I said, the one that my parents got is from Hawaii. I had gotten one actually from a Kickstarter campaign for a board game. And so what we have is a, grinder, and then I would just grind up a whole bunch of it and then just put it in a container, right? And then just make it from that. That's all of them. Yeah, so see, then the wash just kind of gets down in there and kind of makes it look more flesh-like. On top of, because this the green that I use, which is the primer, is the necrotic flesh primer. Or was this the one I was testing? This is the one I was testing, so this isn't necrotic flesh. It's still a light green color, but it works. It looks good. All right, so here's gonna be the test. So we can dirty him up a bit. I think I like the paler flesh for zombie in a red suit. Yeah. So the other option, right, is to use where is it? No. This, right? Your glistening blood, and put blood on them after. I'm always afraid to do something like this on zombie minis because I'm like, a little bit goes a long way, and if I mess up and it doesn't look realistic, then it's like, oh, I just got big red splotches all over. So I've never used this for anything, but basically it's reddish purple. It's supposed to look like dried blood, but it's or wet blood because it's a gloss as well. I'm just always afraid to use that. So. Man, it took an hour and a half just to finish him up. I was most of the way done with him. I just put a lot in here, and I don't even know if this is what I want to use. Well, that's not very smart. Yeah, because it's green. Dang it, this isn't what I want to use. Well, that's a waste. I could pre-paint Hulk. There you go. We'll pre-paint Hulk. Now, I saw somebody else do this. I think I mentioned in another video. Is like you can actually put a wash on your mini before you paint it. Because you see, look at that. Look how much detail comes out just from washing over top of the primer. Yeah, I don't want to put this brown on, or this, I don't want to put green on top of red. It just would not come out well. So, we are not going to use that. Said I should have done one drop. So what I need to do is I need to paint this cap white and then put the wash on it. So I know. See, that's still not going to tell me that it's green. I think this is green too. You paint for you and experiment on a spare mini. Yeah, I should. And that's what I'm talking about with the title blades, right? I need to experiment like I did with the Starcadia Aliens. So I'll have to find time to do that. All right, let's see. Let's see what color you are before I put 10 drops in there. Yeah. Was that brown, green? It went away too quick. I think this one's brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably gonna need way more than 10 though. Because 10 barely covered Hulk. Woo! Hulk is pulling up around his pants. Hulk, pull your pants up. All right. All right. Let's see what this does. Either gonna make the mini better or worse. I just don't want him to look all nice and clean and fresh, right? He's been zombied a while. Yeah, that was 10 drops. 10 more. You good, giant man icon? No, I'll give him yeah, it's gonna be orange. Do 8 drops. I don't think I need 10 more. It's an orange, but now I can't remember what orange. Because I used it on the other ones. And as always, right, and then write things down, so trying to go off my memory. Get them all. Guess I could do the door. Oh, I ran out again. That was the last spot, though. All right. He's dirty now. Yep. All right, so yeah, so once that dries, I'll put white in the eyes, and then I want to think it was this, the Mars red, because I think I had this already on the palette for some reason, and so I end up using this for all the other zombie eyes. All right, so have that. Let's see here. Let's get a little bit more flesh wash in the flesh wounds. Specifically the ones that are up top. In his mouth. All right. And now wash the base. So for my cities, I always use this rusty, greasy base. It's supposed to be like a grease look, but I've never gotten this to look like oiled, greasy earth. This is gonna be fun because I really can't hold it. I'm just gonna get messy fingers. Now this one actually, like, I'm putting it on here and it's like, oh, everything's turning brown. This one settles a whole lot in the creases and everything. So like I never really, I'm always kind of scared while I'm doing it. Oh, I forgot it drips. It drips a lot. Yep. It drips a lot. All right, you're going right here, and yeah, you drip over there, not on the board game table. Ah. All right, we will call him done for now, and see if I need to do any lightning or touching up later. All right, let's move on to. I guess I can't do Hulk because I unfortunately made him all wet. So. What green? Dr. Octavius, I presume. All right. Goblin Green for Doc Ock. He goes to the same store Green Goblin buys his outfits from. Now my my guy has a black eye. Now they say you can take these playmats and actually put them in the washing machine. I've just never been brave enough to try that. I don't think I need a lot of this. I mean, I know I've got 2 of these guys to do, but I think I'll be good. All right. I'm worried about accuracy right now. Not really. Oops. really isn't the green. It's not. It's nowhere near the green that's in the picture. The problem is this isn't the green I want to do Hulk either, so it's not like, okay, well, I'll just, you know, use it for Hulk. Yeah. Yeah, not the right bright saturated green. See, these are the two that they've got on the art. They're more like a green. It's not quite the green that I did the trash can, and it's not quite this green either. Seeing the Commando green actually looks like the same as this. It's odd. Now it's going to turn into this color eventually. So again, it could just be because it's wet, because this is what it's supposed to look like once it's dry, which is what I want. I prefer that over this. This is what it looks like right now. This though is more of a, I don't know, more of a blue-green? I don't have that green. I have lots of greens, not that green. I kind of do with green skin. That actually might be better. Problem is that this is a horrible paint. If I do this as a second coat, maybe. Let me see. Day brush. It'd be close, but I don't know if that's what I'd want either. Maybe put that with that. That's too dark. That is flat green, which is what I used for the trash can. Yeah, let me try a mix. Try a mix as a second coat. Add some of the trash can drops. Yeah, that might do it too. We'll see. And I think that's the problem. They're kind of throwing me off because like this one here is more like a bright green. The zombie one is more of a bright green. This is too bright. The Scorpio green is too bright. But it almost feels like this would be the bright green that's there. But then the rest of it's dirty. It's definitely not that one. That's my toxic boil green. All right, see if we can get this shaken enough. These old army painter paints. And I don't mind the army painter paints. And I reached out to them to say, hey, you know, I'm doing a lot more painting content now. You know, I hate using your older paints just because I keep having to say bad things about them. And I know your new paints aren't bad. Would you be willing to like work with me again? Or not again, but like for the first time. Send me anything you want to, you know, have shown. You're going to get it shown at least 2 times a week, 1 time a week, at least every week, me painting something. I was like, even like here, right? I'm using this Pokemon play map from when I played the TCG. It's like, give me one of your mats. I'll put it underneath, and you know, everybody will see it while I'm painting. All right, let's see what this does. Let's put another drop on the top of this just to make sure we've got a nice. I like nice big bloppy drops like that. All right. No, I didn't want Commander Green. Did not want Commander Green. All right, so we'll take one drop of that, drop of that. Let's see what we got. Get a little more of that in there. Mix it all in there. I have no clue what this ratio is, so I need to make sure I get both of these guys painted quick. So I'm not going to be able to do anything else with this, and if I have to touch up, it's going to be just as bad. That's better. All right, let's get you off of there. Where's Zombie U? Now, Zombie U, I've got to actually... I can't just slap this on. So I'm losing, unfortunately, whatever's inside of the brush. All right, let's go with you. I only have to be careful with this just because, like I said, this is not necromantic flesh primer like I would normally use. So if I mess up, I don't really have a way to clean it up. Although I did find that light, what was that light greenish color I found the other week? That might actually, I could use to touch it up. Not sure what is paint and what is not. Or what is, sorry, what is cloth and what is not. I have no clue what's shirt bits and what's grotesque bits and what's what. Holy cow. They really, like, went out of their way to make this as complicated as possible on him. The entire shoulder is not cloth. There's got to be a piece there somewhere. Sometimes I'm feeling like they're getting a little bit carried away. Better color. Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, it seemed better when I put it on the other one, so I went with it. Yeah, I feel like they got carried away on some of these when they did their zombie warts and boils and whatever else they're doing. So I remember, like, Wasp, when I painted her, I was like, she had like one little section, and that was it. And you got somebody like here, Doc Ock's got it like every 3 inches. He's got another set of warts and boils I gotta try to navigate around. Pustules, that's the word, yes. The pustules. Sometimes it's not bad, because if the art's close, then I can kind of tell. If the art's not close, I really can't tell. And right here's a good example. Like right here, this is all open, but in the art, it's just like one little dot. I'm going to color all of his pouches so I know that these are pouches. Deal with what is and isn't a pouch after. Like, I get what they were going for, like with his zombie thing, right? His back is fully opened up now because where the tentacles and all are. They wanted to show that. Doesn't make painting it any more fun. I think I'm going to go with that. Find more green later. I'll deal with it then. Said I'm going with that, and I keep touching it up. Guess it doesn't matter which one I go to next. All right, so we need... So, see, these look like they're supposed to be, like, yellow. These ones that look more black. Although they could be using the yellow for highlighting. Look up a picture of Doc Ock. I think he is yellow and green. All right, pop you off. Dr. Octopus. Yeah, it used to be yellow. And here they made it like all black. Yeah, it's supposed to be yellow. Oh, well, that just makes my day, unfortunately. Because you know how much I like painting yellow. So I think what I'll do to keep it close to the art while not different is I will use a darker yellow. That yellow that I had. I was like, I found the movie when I'm like, oh, did they use the movie? But even in the movie when he had a yellow, his belt was yellow. All right. So I think, yeah, I think to kind of not make it too bright. It's a little bit too, Flirty Brown's a little bit too red. Desert yellow. I'm going to try the ochre. Let's go with ochre. Queen of Slime, Queen of Filth, Queen of Pestilence. Queen of Putrescence. Putrescence? Yeah, let's go with this. It's one of those situations where now I'm going to deviate from the art, and I'm probably not going to like it. Yeah. Brush soap. Yucky. Ew, yucky. All right, what am I looking for? So I've noticed I keep catching my hat in the camera, so I feel like I've got the camera in the wrong spot tonight. Well, it does mean I can have the mini pulled a little bit closer to me. You guys just get to see the back of my hat for the first time. The front of my hat, I guess, as it would be. Okay, this one's good for like doing the tiny details, but I'm not at that point. Yeah, if I didn't make these yellow, he wouldn't look right. If I tried to make it black like it is in the art, he wouldn't look right. He's supposed to be yellow. Princess Bride quote, putrescence. Tina, you're gonna make me watch a Princess Bride. Like, I know it's a cult thing. I know I've probably seen it once, but I think that's the thing. I've only seen it once. Everybody always makes so many quotes from it, and I uh, never catch them right away. There was one where it was I forget who it is, one of the board game publishers, probably the OP. They have I guess, a party game, and then there was a quote or something, and they're like, uh, the question that makes you lose your friends over or something, lose your gaming group over. And it was a quote from The Princess Bride. So. Where are you at? All right, so here's gonna be the fun part. I have to get his belt way up in there. So I think this is, I'm gonna have to switch to the smaller one. But before we do that, yeah, see, like in the art, he doesn't have a glove on, but here he does. That's definitely a glove still on this hand. And his color is yellow too. And I feel like sometimes that happens. Like you've got people making these things, right? Designing them, making them, whatever. And they don't necessarily know the comics, right? So then what they do is they like look up an image, say, "Oh, give me a picture of Doc Ock," and then it's like the movie Doc Ock or something like that, right? So then it's like that's the color scheme they use. Because I saw that a lot on the Marvel United, and even some of these characters that they did had a more movie color palette than the comic color palette, which didn't necessarily work because, of course, they used the comic um, version of them. So here's the question about this. If I make that his glove that's come apart or his sleeve, I think I'm going to leave it as his sleeve. I don't think I need to have yellow on both sides. All right, I got to get in there and get his belt. Trade paperback is a good movie, or TPB. Oh, The Princess Bride is a good movie and a book. Should go into your education materials for your daughter. Oh, there's a book? Is it the book based on the movie based on the book? All right. Probably should have put my glasses on for this. Yeah, I keep getting my hat in there. Based on the book. The good dialogue is mostly in the book. Ah, gotcha. See, I always thought it was just the comedy, just the movie. Should have known, right? Because every good movie is really the best movies are based off of books. All right. Yeah, I feel like that's not too bright, and it stays true. But unfortunately, yeah, they just like this one. You can actually see the yellow more than on this one. But we're gonna go with it. I mean, I guess I could have made it like black first and then did yellow highlights. Don't think I'm seeing any belt there now. That's just his arms back there. All right. Go to my bigger brush. Or back to my bigger brush. Yeah, it looks good in the right for the comics. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The art on here, they just didn't do it right. There we go. I mean, like here you can see it's yellow, like on the zombie. That's what I said on the zombie. You can see it's yellow with like as the highlight on top of black. But like on the human one, like you can barely tell that. And then the tentacles they made like really dark black, which isn't right either. At least I've never seen them that dark. I'm doing these right? Yeah. The nice thing about also this particular, Zombicide is that every mini I paint counts as 2 minis painted because I can use them as an abomination and then I can turn around and use them as the hero too. Need to catch any of my misses or any of my notices as soon as I see them because that green is drying up on me. That's the only problem mixing colors, is if you don't do an exact math, which I didn't do, then you can't remake it. Oh, just the lighting? Oh, you mean the way it is on the art? Yeah, it could be. It's just artist interpretation. Well, and you also, without seeing the digital renders, you don't actually know what the artist intended necessarily is what got printed, right? Because I know I've tried to like print different things, and they don't quite come out the right color from what you see when you're drawing it or doing the rendering or whatever, and then what actually prints out. Whacked his shoulder. Whack somewhere else. Oh no, it wasn't a whack somewhere. I missed his cuff. Gotta do these kneecap things. They're weird knee pad thingies. All right, so let's do some. Gotta do his goggles. Gotta do his skin and his hair. Stupid tentacles. Definitely gonna have to use my X-ray goggles to do his skin. There's just so much going on there. And I'm definitely gonna put them on before I do this one. And switch to a different brush. All right. Switch. Switch glasses. His hair got worse in death. This is a horrible haircut. It's usually more of a bowl cut, though. I'm having to try to like look around. Yellow dot in the center of claws. Yeah. To make the glowing. Yeah. I'm gonna have to try to look up and around everything. Try to do it. And I did whack a little bit for these goggles. So now I gotta go hunt down that color. I don't know, was it crushed skull? I think that's as close as I'm probably gonna get. Oh no, it wasn't crushed skull. Wasn't. No, there's my necrotic flesh. That's darker. Must be the crushed skull. Closest thing I'm probably gonna have to be able to do touch-ups. I need you. This isn't my right. Is this my small one? No. Small one. I think one movie did red dots. Oh, in the claws. Yeah. I don't know if I see any of them glowing. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. These don't work very well for, yeah, so like your regular comics. He's got them glowing here. That's kind of got that yellow. Yellow's fine. It kind of goes with the rest of the yellow items. I'm good with yellow. That is not the brush I want. What brush do I want? Not that one. This one. Now I got these on. I'm actually looking for all the pustules. See if there are any that I painted in. Nope, there is a spot. I missed the pants. So I was talking about earlier how I thought these pants should be combined right here. Or connected. And there's a small piece of cloth right there. All right, he has glasses now. I'll need to dot those. All right, so let's do his face, because I'm going to have to keep these things on for his face. Barbarian, new. Tawny. Tawny flesh. Oh, that's hard on the tummy. I was saying the tummy because I got a 2-year-old. It's hard on the stomach. Here's his ear. The other one I could see his ear because I guess the strap broke. This one I can't see his ear. They drew him with an ear. I gotta sleep. All right, David. Thank you. Thank you for coming out, hanging. See you tomorrow, I guess. Or Monday. There's his ear. Where's the other one? I'm gonna guess that's his ear. If not, I gave it to him as an ear. Right. I'm doing a little bit of yellow again because unfortunately it looks like green's bleeding through. I mentioned this, I think, on another stream about Labork. I asked him, like, how's he doing that detail, right? It's so fine. And he doesn't show himself on the camera while he's painting. And he basically just said he uses these, these types of glasses. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Because on these tiny little minis, I don't see how anybody's able to see all this with the naked eye. I don't know, maybe when I was younger, many moons ago, I would have been able to. Now on the zombie, I don't care if the green pokes through. Just kind of helps give it that worn out look. But on the hero one, it should be nice and fresh and clean. green touch-ups. I'm going to take these glasses off, maybe, for a little bit. Where was it? I saw it. Jeez, I missed his entire elbow. All right. That's it. All right, now I got to do red dots on both of their eyes. Kind of went with the same because it's just the glasses, so I'll just use what I'm going to use for the zombie eyes anyways. And I need to redo his pupils, make them brighter again. But way too much of this on the lip palette. Lies. the shiny, but that will go away once I do the varnish, because that's way too shiny for my likings. Alright, got the eyes, lots and lots of tentacles. So I guess the question is, do I want them to be shiny, shiny, with the plate mail, or do I go with the brushed, or the gunmetal? I think I'm going to do shiny, shiny, and then I'll put the Nuln Oil on it. The Nuln Oil will bring it down. Alright. So. Nope, it's still a little wet. Actually, I don't think I want 4 plate mail. Let me go with mine. Actually, I might do plate mail on him and then silver on him. And that way there's a difference between the old and the new. This one. Nope, stay. So these tentacles just move just slightly off of their arms. I feel like I need like 8 hands to do it though. Or I forget about it. Front of his belt is supposed to be. Oops, I did this backwards. Didn't I say I wanted to I did. I said I wanted to do the plate mail on the zombie. I wanted to do the brighter on him. Oh well, because I'm doing plate mail on both. I don't want to do a second coat because I already lost some detail, or the detail is already lost from the factory. I either lost a little bit from the primer or I lost a little bit from the pack. Take your pick. I don't want to lose more. And because metallics have, you know, a high pigment in it to make it metallic, whatever makes it shiny, it would cause it to clog up these more. So I could maybe just do like a single highlight on the top. Well, maybe I didn't lose detail. Maybe it's just supposed to, one side is supposed to be more of a smooth. The other side is the textured look. I don't know. Dude, no. Because now I'm looking at it, it does seem like one side is smooth all the way around. Mm-hmm. don't think I've had to use so much metallic. I know I did the Doc Ock with my Marvel United. Shoot, this used tons of paint. Fun thing is, I get to do this all over again. There we go. I think I got it all. All right. So, like I said, I want that one to be darker. And since I didn't make this one bright, and actually that turned out very bright. So that's a lot brighter than I wanted. I think I might go ahead and do gunmetal on that one. Although I am running on gunmetal. And I'm looking at Giant Man to see, do I need to touch up any of his metal? But his metal's actually kind of still going, so I don't think I do. Yeah. Glowing eyes. I just don't know. I think for him it's just a little bit harder because he's red. It's just blending in. It's not looking as glowing against the red. All right, so we do tentacles, bases. Actually, I guess before I do that, let me do this beam. Do the beams, the silver, so that way they're lighter than him. Bill, what are you getting into? It's getting in trash can, I think. All it's got in it is paper, so I don't know what she's trying to go after. It's not like there's food in it. There we go. All right. Question is, do I remember how much of this I put in to do the first one? That much, maybe? Do not remember. Here we go. Do it all over again. Can't forget the belt in there. Hmm. Here's gonna be a problem. That's probably not gonna dry before I paint the other side, and therefore they're gonna stick together. Which I say is a problem. It's not necessarily a problem, but they stick together, and then when it gets hit, it's gonna pop apart, and therefore it's gonna rip the paint off. There's the problem. It's kind of staying apart now that I've held it there for a minute. Stop it. Bad thing is I almost like this gunmetal better for the tentacles. Now I kind of like, oh, I don't want the other one to be gunmetal. I don't know if I said that already tonight. Sometimes I think of things in my head, and then I'm like, I'm going to say it out loud, and then I don't say it out loud. Or I do say it out loud, but I don't think I said it out loud, so I say it again. Welcome to the inner monologues of Will. All right. Did I get it all? Nope. There he goes. All right. So get both bases knocked out. And then on to the well, I gotta do the wash too. Let's get the bases first. So these are just like a stone. I just need like a tan. I say they're stone, there's really nothing saying they have to be stone. Right. Stupid brush that I'm gonna have to probably clean for 3 years. Yeah, it's a problem. The tentacles that are hanging out down here in the bottom. Hopefully the wash covers covers any of that up. Yeah, guess I'll do the wash and see what happens to those tentacles. Might have to touch them up anyways. Also didn't necessarily need to do the basing, because if I do a brown wash, it would have made the greenish color turn brown anyways. All right, while those are drying, we will wash the top. All right, so my flesh shader. Two should be enough, right? Probably not. All right, now what shader to use on him? I've got a green. I think we can use the military shader on the zombie one. Oh no, I don't want to use military. Dang it. But I'm feeling that's not what I want. It was the plague shader. Alright, so I think we're going to go with a soft tone, see what this does. We'll go a little bit, we can go with bigger brush. Bigger brush. Probably wasn't smart, that was still wet. Well, I guess we're doing the base with this. It's not my intent, but it worked out okay. I was trying to do the soft tone, but I mixed it with my other wash. Let's not do that again. Although I'm wondering if I do the army shader there, that's going to ruin this color that I worked so hard to make. All right, yeah, let's go back to the soft tone. And drop water. I'm almost done with oil. I don't know what I'm going to do after this. It's just like people speak so highly of it, and I'm like, it's just another wash, but it's actually a pretty good wash for what it does. All right. And to Hulk. All right. Well, we need purple and green. Pretty much it. So my zombie Hulk, I use that one green. I feel like the living Hulk I should have a little bit brighter. Try Commando green. Yeah, I guess if it's not bright enough, I'll just toss in some of the bright green I had earlier. not be it. We will see. Here we go. I feel like they sculpted him with too small of a head on this mini. Although I guess if I do the green wash over it, that would darken them all back up again, wouldn't it? Yeah, I feel like his head's too small. So as you can see, these are magnifying glasses too. I think maybe if I want to put the green wash on it, I think that might work. Guess we'll see. All right. Just purple pants. Well, it looks like he's got rips in his pants too, so I guess I'll have to paint that after. Just go with regular old purple. Yeah. Another option is alien purple. Can't go wrong with the paint called purple. This is actually the third Hulk I've painted, because I did get the Heroes Resistance. I did a painting tutorial on how to slap chop those minis. Now there is a homebrew somebody did, basically taking all of the Heroes Resistance minis, and then making them alternate characters. So that way you can, you know, not have to make them be the, well, not have them be the same, but not have to paint them all the same. So what they did with the Hulk is they made it a red Hulk, which makes sense. I'm kind of shocked they didn't have a red Hulk in the game to begin with. Especially considering the movie, but I guess I don't know how far in development that movie was. And this was all being planned out. At the time, there might not even have been a Red Hulk in the comics. That sucks. Keep doing his foot. Now I don't think this is going to darken up as much as I want it to. Which means I need the... probably that other purple. Fix the green. Mm-hmm. Make sure that's not wet before I put the green in there and just basically make a mess of it. right. All right. Hair. Currently out of what I was using. I got a radioactive symbol to paint. All his base is mostly just gray. And then his beam. All right. Now we're going to switch to a smaller brush. At least one with a better point. Right. There we go. Well, actually, it's like two different things. So this is gray, 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 and then bottom is brown. So. What was Castle Gray I used? I don't even remember what color gray I used. I think it was Castle Gray. Red's bleeding through. Get a little this. There's like one little spot on there, right against everything else I've done, so I'm gonna play it safe. Alright. Now the fun part. Well, I guess it's probably not that bad, depending how bright I want to make it. And just start with this yellow that All right, and then I guess while we wait for that, we will do some crushed steel. All right. Problem is now it's mostly a waiting game for everything to dry. When I was painting behind here, I saw something back there, but now I don't. Go smaller. wash time. So, how do I want to wash this one? My umber wash. Where's my umber? Yeah, umber wash. Wash ruined what I did. Figured it might. I was hoping it wouldn't. There we go. That's better. Bring it back up. All right, and the green. I don't know if I want to do the plague shader or the military. Let's go military. The military is always after the Hulk, right? Why not? All right. Now for the bases. Base rings, and we are done. Doo-dah. 133, so still didn't get it done as quickly as I thought I was going to. Figured 4 guys had to get them done in 4 hours. And one of them I figured was like 90% done. It would take less. That's not what happened. Never what happens. Right. Oh. Dark Ox Zombie. Dark Ox and the big boy. Here with a question. Do I put a black base ring on Galactus? Alright, let's put a black base ring on everything. There we go. Alright, definitely shinier than I want them to be. So definitely not going to take a picture until after we varnish him. Hopefully one varnish will do it. That's the only problem with washes. Washes make things shiny. Alright, so tonight's accomplishments. As we have our Will touching the bases again. Alright, try that again. I just can't. Alright, so we have our Hulk. Yeah, so he darkened up once I put that wash on him, so it worked out good. We have Hulk. A little bit of Just did a little bit of edging with the silver to kind of show the metal coming through just a little bit. We have Dark Oak. So this was with the soft tone, Arm Painter soft tone. So it kind of gets into the crevices and doesn't change the color too terribly much. And I even put it on the tentacles. So we have Zombie Dark Oak. So they lose their green flesh tone. Now again, this was the lighter green. I think on the normal green they hold a little bit more. But either way, I'm not terribly concerned because for some reason I don't think of zombies as green. So not having them green anymore doesn't hurt my feelings. And then last is the big boy. So again, he's really shiny because of the wash. So this should soften up once I varnish him. He does have a big blob on his chin though. Can I fix that? That's the question. What color would I use? And mixture of the green and the tawny flesh. Now I gotta kind of use this as a highlight across the board because that doesn't match. Better still has, unfortunately, a nice black spot on his chin. Yeah. So he's a big boy. And like if I wanted to, I could like come in here and do each one of these. I'm not doing that. Not gonna do it. Problem is, like I said, his eyes are the hardest to see because it's with the red, so it just doesn't stand out very well. Maybe in a different light. Maybe if I put a pop of yellow. Let me do the yellow on top of that. And up a little bit. All right, there we go. It's leaning more than I would expect him to. This is what you're looking at in a fight. Like, that door goes right to Hog's head. That's funny. All right. There we go. Where is my webcam? Where is... I don't know. I'm lost. There we go. There you go, guys. That is, oh, as always. Ugh. That's hard on my eyes, as always. But that is the zombies we painted for this evening for Marvel Zombies. So now I have a nice little collection of zombies to get a playthrough done for you guys. So if you want to watch the playthrough, hit the subscribe button, or if you're seeing this in the past or the future, because the past would just what's now happening. And yeah, maybe the video is already up. So go check the playlist and go to the Zombicide, and you might see the playthrough. If you have suggestions for future characters that you'd like to see in a playthrough or just see me paint, let me know down in the comments. Again, I do this at the very end. It's very late. This is a 5-hour stream. I don't know if anybody ever watches this. So again, I was here if you actually made it this far into the video. But again, appreciate everybody. Till next time. Peace.